Well, hello and welcome once again to Passion for the Paranormal, bringing a passion for the paranormal to you. I'm your host, Curry Stegan, and here we are again, ready for another great episode. And I've got Nomar Slevik joining me on the show, and Nomar was a guest on the show back in November, and he's written a couple of books on UFO and abduction cases in his great state of Maine and in and around the New England area. And he's also done a couple of documentaries. He co-produced the Abducted New England documentary. We briefly touched on that on his last visit to the show. We're going to be talking about also about his newest documentary, which he was the producer of, and that is Otherworldly Amor. So it's great to have him join me on the show again. Just wanted to mention that while it is free to listen to all past episodes of Passion for the Paranormal, it is free to download and listen to all those episodes. It is not free to produce the show. And as such, to help us offset some of the costs of doing the show, I have created a Patreon page. And if you'd like to become a patron of the Passion for the Paranormal show, you can find links to our Patreon page there on the website. You can visit the website at passion4theparanormal.com. And just please decide whatever you feel comfortable with. Donate, help us offset some of the costs. There's a lot of hidden costs that listeners don't realize about putting on a podcast show. And so that, and I'm also an Amazon affiliate. If you go on and visit the website, you'll find links to books from past guests, books and a few documentaries. And you can click on any of those links on the website and go directly to Amazon and purchase a book from a past guest, and just a very small part of that proceed will help us also to offset the cost. So there's a couple of ways you can help financially support the show. So I hope you'll head over to the Patreon page and decide to become a patron. Look out for some special offers coming soon for those who become patrons of the show. All right, the other thing I want to mention is please make sure when you are, whatever podcast app you're using, and we are on pretty much all the podcast apps, Apple, Spotify, Stitcher, Google Play. We're now on iHeart, Podcoin. Please make sure to hit the subscribe button for whatever app you're using. If you're using the Apple Podcast / iTunes app, please make sure to subscribe, rate, and review the show. And that can take just a minute or two, and that's really going to go a long ways to help us push the show forward. It proofs the show and helps grow our listeners. So please help us out and do that. And it may just take you a minute or two, and I will mention your review on the next or an upcoming episode. So I really hope you'll help us out with that. If you haven't been over to the Facebook page, please head over to facebook.com/passion, the number 4, the paranormal. And please make sure you like and follow us there. And we're also on Twitter at twitter.com/passion, the number 4, the para. That's P-A-R-A. All right, other thing I wanted to mention is 70% of advertising is done through word of mouth. So if you know of a friend you think might like tuning into the show, please share a link with them and let them know about the show. Acquaintance, coworker, share the link with them so that they might be able to go ahead and tune into the show. So without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and get into this, what should be an amazing discussion with Nomar. Nomar's fun to talk to, and he's done a lot of research up in New England on UFO and abduction cases. He's also a paranormal researcher, so this should be a great show. And thank you so much for tuning in. I really hope you enjoy tonight's episode. Okay, so my guest tonight is a UFO and paranormal researcher and author of the books UFOs Over Maine, Close Encounters from the Pine Tree State, and his most recent 2018 book, Otherworldly Encounters, Evidence of UFO Encounters and Abductions. He's also co-produced the Abducted New England documentary and was the producer of the most recent documentary, Otherworldly Amor. I'd like to welcome back to the show Nomar Slevik. How are you, Nomar?
Hey, I'm good. Thanks so much for having me back on.
You know, absolutely, and it was a great discussion last time I had you on the show. I think you were on back in November. I think we primarily talked about some of the research you did for your 2 books, but hey, you've got 2 documentaries out now. You're a busy man. Sounds like you have a lot going on.
I try to stay busy.
Yeah, so you had the Abducted New England documentary. I think that came out early 2018 time frame. Is that
That's
about
right.
right? And then later 2018 time frame, Otherworldly Amor came out. Is that about right on timeline?
Actually, Otherworldly Amor just came out in June of this year, but I worked on it in most of 2018.
Oh, okay. So yeah, this is just a month out then. So yeah, this is fairly
Yeah.
recent. Yes, can you
Actually,
talk?
a month to the day today, actually.
Oh wow, yeah, and a great documentary. I really enjoyed it. But I know you covered this when you were on the show back in November. But if you could kind of just take us back to how this all started for you for the listeners, and so they can kind of get a backstory for how you got started in all this, and writing books and producing documentaries about UFOs and abductions and the paranormal.
Yeah, sure. I don't mind recapping. I had an encounter at a very early age. I believe it was in 1981. I was right around 4 years old, and I was sleeping in my bedroom when a loud clap of thunder woke me up. And I could see the sky lighting up through my window. And I thought to myself, like, ooh, a thunder and lightning storm. So I sat up in bed to look out the window so I could watch the lightning. And I'm watching it, and I'm hearing the booms of the thunder. And then all of a sudden, there was this just really obscene lightning bolt. And it appeared to be stuck in a cloud. Now, when I say lightning bolt, I mean, like, if I were to ask you to draw a lightning bolt, you'd probably draw this thick, jagged yellow line, or maybe it looks like the charging indicator on your smartphone or the Shazam logo, something like that. And it was just stuck in a cloud, and that's how I still remember it. But that's how my 4-year-old mind saw it. And there was electricity coming off of it, and there were, again, all these booms were happening. And I really don't know what happened next. I just kind of fell asleep, I guess. And I woke up the next morning, went to the bathroom, and when I was walking back to my bedroom, I could see out the window down the hallway, and the lightning bolt was still there, and I was just very confused by it. So I ran downstairs to get my dad. I brought him all the way upstairs so he could look at it, and when we got there, it was gone. And I tried explaining to him what I saw, and he was kind of like, yeah, whatever. But I must have been really insistent, because it got to the point where he was like, listen, it didn't even rain last night. There was no storm. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. And it kind of frightened me after that. And then just a couple of weeks later, my mom and dad woke me and my sister up to go outside to look at the northern lights. And that was another, like, crazy thing to see that young in the sky. And it was, these weird, like, ribbons of light, and it was like, greenish and purple, sort of. And it's the only time in my life that I ever saw them. And to have those two incidents happen so close to each other at such a young age, it kind of instilled in me that weird stuff happens in the sky, and I should probably pay attention.
Right.
So that was kind of like the catalyst of all of this.
And it's funny how you mentioned that, because doesn't it seem like things happen that way sometimes? You see something interesting and you're wanting to tell somebody about it. So in your case, you brought your father up, and then you want him to go and look at it, and of course, have some validation to what you've seen, and then it's gone. It disappears.
Yeah, very frustrating.
Right. Now, I want to talk about the new documentary, The Otherworldly Amor, that you just said it came out last month. Fascinating documentary. What prompted you to actually do this documentary? Was it based on some research you were doing for another book that you came across the story, or how did that happen?
Yeah, so when my co-director of Abducted New England and we were, while we were in the process of producing that documentary, we were looking for some more people with experiences. I had contacted a lot of the people that I interviewed for my book, a lot of them really weren't interested in being on camera, telling their story, which we can understand. There was one gentleman in particular who said it was okay to come on camera, and that was Ken Putnam. And so Bill Brock and I, we put out this question on Facebook, have you had a UFO encounter? If so, please let us know about it, blah, blah, blah. So, of course, we got like hundreds of people hitting us up. And Shauna from the documentary was one of the people that hit us up. And she shared a few experiences from her childhood and a couple of recent encounters, and her and I were going back and forth a little bit. And this was all the way back in January of 2018. And Bill and I decided to go another way with a couple of other interviewees. So we ended up not using Shauna's story. But Shauna and I stayed in contact after that. She kind of kept telling me about these experiences, and I kept asking for more, wow, what happened next? And oh my goodness, what else happened? And she had all these crazy encounters, and then she started telling me about encounters that her husband had, and then encounters that her and her husband had together. So in June of last year, I finally decided, I got to come down and interview you guys. And I had no intentions of using it for a book or for a documentary or anything. It's just part of research. And part of my research is to interview witnesses, regardless of if I'm putting anything out or not. It's just work that I do, to document Maine cases. So I went down to their home and interviewed them, and I talked to them for probably about 4.5 hours. And I was just jaw-dropped, listening to these stories, and not only just hearing the stories, which were amazing, but just how genuine they were. And I loved interviewing a witness in person because you can hear the tone in their voice and you can see their body language, and it's really hard to BS somebody when you're right there with them, especially when I'm asking questions too, and there isn't time to think about it or to maybe think and make something up or whatever the case may be. So they were just right there in the moment, just being as raw and honest as possible. And I believe there's a Carl Sagan quote that I'll probably mess it up, so it's not verbatim, but something to the effect of, with extraordinary claims needs extraordinary proof. So I'm in the midst of hearing these stories. I'm like, wow, did you guys ever think to take a picture or anything? And they're like, oh, dude, hold on a second. So Josh grabbed his laptop, and there must have been 100 or more files on there, videos and pictures and EVPs, and it was just backing up everything that they were telling me. And I was like, oh my goodness, this is crazy. And I think towards the end of our conversation, I was like, I need to tell your story. Would you let me tell your story? And with all this evidence, especially the video stuff, I think it makes more sense in the documentary form. And they were apprehensive. They were concerned on, how they might look on camera or how much they would have to share. Does it have to go all the way back to childhood, or because there may be family members that they don't want to get involved that were involved in the encounter, things like that. And of course, I was very sensitive to all of that. But anyways, after I addressed all their concerns, they agreed that they would be a part of this documentary so we could get their story out there.
Wow. Now, the abduction phenomena, there's so much controversy behind it. And going back to your Abducted New England documentary, you had the associate professor on there. She seemed to be pretty skeptical about the fact that people are being abducted by aliens. Now, she seemed to suggest, and I don't know, at least from what I gathered from it, that she thinks some may be telling the truth of what, or their version of what they understand to be the truth. But did you ever, as you're going through and interviewing these people, not just for this documentary but the previous one, ever stop and wonder, are these just sleep, paralysis? Is this, are these people, is there some other reason they're having these experiences that very well may not involve, ETs or that sort of thing. Did you have some of those thoughts?
Absolutely. I think for Abducted New England, we interviewed maybe 25 people on camera, and we ended up, not using the majority of it, but I personally conducted the majority of those interviews, and no other way to say it pleasantly is I just straight up didn't believe some of the people, and it also has to go back to tone of voice, to body language, and the fact that there's a camera there, and maybe this might be their moment to shine or something. I mean, I don't want to push all of that on those people, but I just didn't find some believability in some of the stories that I heard. Now, did I think that maybe it was sleep paralysis or something else that they were mistaking? No, I didn't really think that specifically. I was just honestly thinking, I'm like, this dude's straight up lying to me. All right, thank you very much for your time. Yeah. And, call in the next person to interview. It was really as straightforward as that. And that's not to dismiss what they're telling me. That's not for me to act rude during the interview process, because I didn't. It was just to get the story. Here's the vibe I'm getting, and this is my project, and if I don't want to use somebody, I don't have to. And I have my personal reasons for it, and that's pretty much how it went.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, and it sounds like you're kind of just you're asking questions and sitting down with these people just to kind of get a feel for them, and decide whether you ever, long before you ever decide to do a documentary or write about them, making sure that everything that they're saying seems to jive and is consistent. Early in the documentary, it says, Josh and Shauna both had encounters going all the way back to childhood. Now, did they talk about other family members having experiences too?
Yes, they did. They did. Immediate family members certainly had encounters as well. But they didn't want to go into that for, personal reasons, and so I heard about them. They told them to me, but we agreed that I would not share those publicly.
And that does seem to be a common theme for a lot of abductees, is there seems to be, and I think you had at least one gentleman, if not a couple, on the Abducted New England documentary that thinks, at least his father may have, maybe even a mother had past experiences too. And that seems to be, kind of a theme with some of these abductees, it seemed like, and that's kind of why I asked that question. The other thing that was interesting is they didn't talk about, any hypnotic regressions. I know that's common there seems to be this blocked memory, repressed or blocked memory for abductees. They didn't really talk about doing any regressions. Do you know if at this point that they've ever done any sort of hypnotic regressions or anything to maybe try to recall what may have happened during that missing time?
They have not. To this day, they have not. And some of that may be my fault, because I recommended against it. I'm not, honestly, a big believer in hypnotic regression. I think the mind is certainly fallible, and I think it can have things, impressed onto it that might not actually be there. And so it's not something that I really put a lot of stock into. We did use some footage of a hypnotic regression in the Abducted New England documentary, but that happened way before the documentary, like a couple of years ago. And the gentleman said, hey, I have this tape if you'd like to use some of it. So we did, and there's some context built around that where the professor speaks to it a little bit, and then the abductee or the proposed abductee speaks to it a little bit. So there's a balance on either side. But I personally typically don't recommend, lie detector tests or hypnotic regression, just because I don't think that they're, value any sort of real hard evidence. I think it's interpretation and things like that. I hope that helps answer the question. Hope I'm making sense there.
No, I do, and I thank you for that. I know this has been common for a lot of previous abductees, just to try and help them, maybe even just to help them cope. and deal with the situation. This is the other thing that I find so fascinating and so kind of, you want to say mind-blowing about this phenomena is there's so many different accounts, and some people come away, and understandably, they come away just horribly fearful, and, they have nightmares, and they have a lot of difficulty coping with this because, people feel powerless. They feel like there's nothing they can do to stop it. And I can only imagine that would be horribly frightening to just feel like you're powerless against what's happening to you. So I can only understand that. And yet other people come away and seem to have, almost this metaphysical transformation, if you will. They seem to, all of a sudden they become more spiritual. They, next thing you know, they're getting into, other types of healing type things, Reiki and that sort of thing. So it's just interesting to see kind of the spectrum of different people and how they deal with and cope with this, and how some people come away horribly fearful, and then you do have some people that say, wow, it was a positive experience. I think, the ETs were trying to communicate to us that we're destroying our planet, whatever the case may be. But did you experience that in your research? Some that came away, frightened by it, and others had different takeaways from it?
Yeah, I think everything you just said, a lot of the people that I've interviewed that claim to have been abducted or having these serious encounters or experiences, all have some sort of claim of what you just said. Some are negative experiences, some are positive, some come away with a more cosmic closeness, if you will. They feel kind of more one with the universe. It kind of runs the gamut. Now with Shauna and Josh specifically, they've had some negative experiences, but they've also had some positive experiences as well. They're not frightened anytime there's some sort of encounter, which is ongoing to this day. Like just about 3 days ago, Shauna sent me some pictures of some markings that appeared on her skin overnight, and they're actually very reminiscent of the gentleman in the Falcon Lake abduction or encounter. And so they're still experiencing things to these days, but again, it's not always scary, and it's not always positive. And they are, in my opinion, they're staying away from the hypnotic regression because what they're trying to do is understand what's happening to them through the experiences. And we've talked about how they can do some of that, which is lying in bed at night, and if they see a light or if something is occurring, to speak to them in their head, which could maybe be translated telepathically. Who knows how any of this works? But just some simple steps that they could try to maybe communicate to whatever it is that is happening to them, so there's more of an understanding. And they're much more into that than trying to look back into their mind and see it all happening from the beginning. Because let's just say hypnotic regression works and all of that is awesome and fine. It still doesn't answer any questions. Maybe they can put a face to whatever it is, but it still doesn't mean you know where they're from or whatever. So they're trying a bit more of a holistic, and I guess lack of a better term, like cosmic approach. They really get a sense of, our planet is stirring and not in a good way, and what's happening to them could be warning signs or something to that effect.
Right, and I mentioned that there does seem to be some patterns with abductees, at least from what I've read and people that I've interviewed, other guests I've had on the show. And I'm just wondering, are there some common characteristics, some common backgrounds or themes that you've been able to at least gather in your research from the abductees that you've interviewed and talked with? Are there some common traits here?
I think one that stands out is trauma. And trauma in the sense of, your upbringing and home life and, things like that. tends to go to the top of the pile, and without getting into specifics, because it's very personal information. But not just Shauna and Josh, but a lot of these people I've interviewed, when they're telling me their story, they will either allude to or just straight up tell me what their upbringing was like, and a lot of it comes across as hard upbringings. And I don't know if maybe it kind of runs parallel to like the poltergeist activity, when there's lack of a better term, like a rambunctious teenager or a young girl, or maybe that girl is going through a high stress situation, and this poltergeist activity kind of presents itself. It seems like it may be something similar to that. But again, it's all theory, and who knows if any of that is true or even makes sense. But that's just one thing that has certainly popped up in certainly more than one case that I've researched.
Right, and you always wonder with these cases, and there's a lot of abduction cases if you do some of the research. I mean, probably in the tune of millions across the world, and they're happening all over the place. Different types of people, different backgrounds, people of professional backgrounds. I think you mentioned you're a skeptic about certain things, and I am as well. But, I do this show, and I'm pretty open to the subject for the most part. But I'm just wondering, going back to, well, I guess let me back up for a second, because I know you mentioned that Shauna had a mark fairly recently. Are you at liberty to talk about what that was, or is that kind of confidential information she didn't want to get?
No, can certainly talk about it. They're very open to their encounters, and really a big motivation for them and me in doing the documentary is that experiencers of this phenomenon tend to go through it alone. And if we can show Shauna and Josh and just how regular and genuine they are, that experiencers aren't alone. You're not crazy. Stuff like this is happening to other people. At the very least, that's what the documentary will do. We'll let you know that you're not alone. And then on top of that, Shauna and Josh are 100% open to talking about pretty much any of it or all of it. It's within reason, of course. And so, yeah, anything that they've shared with me or any updates or whatever, we can certainly talk about. So anyways, this isn't the first marking she's ever had where she's woken up the next morning and has something on her skin, but this latest one is the most profound. It almost looks like a grate mark, a grate like a metal grate. Like it's all these spots in a square on her back, and the spots, I wouldn't say they're circular, they're almost square or rectangle or geometric in a sense, but there's 9, 12 of them, something like that, and a little pattern on her lower back or in like mid back. And there's no pain to them. They weren't there the day before. She woke up in the morning and didn't even notice it herself. It's on her back. Her husband saw it and was like, "What the hell is this?" And so he took pictures of them and showed them to her, and she's like, "Oh my God, we got to send this to Nomar." And so they sent them to me, and I'm like, "Oh my God, that looks like the Falcon Lake UFO guy. Like, you guys need to check out this picture." So I sent them that picture, and it almost looks like the same type of markings. It's very interesting. Don't know what the hell to make of it. She's not upset by it. It's obviously a little concerning, to wake up in the next day and your body has something on it that wasn't there the night before, but she's not troubled or crying or upset about it. She's just curious. And one thing that people should probably know about, in my opinion, legitimate UFO researchers is that if you come to us, the legitimate ones have no answers for you.
Right.
All we can do is investigate your case as thoroughly as possible. And what we have is a unfinished puzzle. It's 100 puzzle piece set, and we might have 20 puzzle pieces. We might have 40 puzzle pieces. And in some cases that I've researched, you can almost get a sense of what the picture looks like. And in other cases, not so much. And it's not up for me to decide what the picture looks like to you. It's up to you to decide how you interpret the picture. I just have the puzzle pieces, and you do what you will with them, you know?
Right. So I don't know if it got... This is... the intriguing part of this case is, that they came together. I don't know that it ever got into how they met. I mean, did they meet going to like an abduction conference, or was there some sort of strange way, or did they just meet like, most normal people meet? How did that kind of come about?
Well, I think the way they met is, slightly abnormal than the regular person, but it's certainly not odd by any stretch of the imagination, though. They were aware of each other for a little while. They are both former paranormal investigators. And their teams were aware of each other, and sometimes they had shared investigations together, and they got to know each other that way first. So they were friends for a little bit first, but they were living in completely different states, not even Maine. Shauna has ties to Maine, but Shauna was in Massachusetts, and Josh was in New York, and Josh's investigations kept bringing him to the New England area. And then once he and Shauna started dating, they, decided that they wanted to be together and settled on the Maine area. But they met through the paranormal investigating.
Interesting. Yeah, and it's great that they have the support of one another going through, what they've experienced. I thought that was great because, like you said, a lot of people are going this alone. Did they have any backlash that you're aware of from friends or family members or coming out and speaking out about this? Did they deal with that? I know there's some abductees that deal with the backlash of people thinking they're crazy, that, God, are these people doing drugs? What's going on here? And people are critical. Have they dealt with a lot of that, or did they have a support network around them?
They certainly have a support network around them. They don't experience, at least that they're vocal about, issues with, friends and family members. Really what they deal with, which is just exactly what I deal with the work that I put out there, is people having issues from complete strangers, anonymous strangers. They might leave a review of the documentary like, this is all fake, these people are idiots and lying, but you just have to let that, people can think what they want. That's okay. It's, as a filmmaker and an author, wanting my work to do well so I can continue to do it, because if this stuff doesn't make money, I still, I can't do it,
Sure.
So it's a little disheartening just to see a bad review, but, you let it go, 10 minutes after you read it, and you're like, wow, that sucked. And then you hope the next one is a good one, But again, that just kind of translates, financially. I want people to view the documentary so there is finances to fund whatever it is I want to do next. It's, these are labors of love. No one's getting rich off of stuff like this. But, there is a business aspect to it where you want something to do at least moderately well so it helps to fund the next project, because I'm not a rich man. You just can't take on projects like this. And filmmaking is very expensive. And it's just really hard to do things like that out of pocket, unless you're well off, honestly. So,
right.
If one project that you do does a little well, you just take that money and reinvest it into whatever the next project is, and I've had success that way. Again, it's not life-changing success. It's not, oh, great, I can pay rent with what I make, no, it just goes into the next project,
Interesting. Yeah, and that's great because you're continuing to do these documentaries and your books, and it sounds like what you have a passion for doing. So it's great. You just continue on with the journey and pursuing it. What I want to go ahead and do now is we're going to take about a 2-minute break, and we'll be right back. Hey everybody, this is Curry here. I really hope you enjoy tuning into the Passion for the Paranormal podcast show. But did you know that you can actually get paid just for listening to this podcast? I know it sounds crazy, but it's true. I discovered this free new app called Podcoin, and it literally pays you to listen to podcasts. So here's how this works. You listen to podcasts and you earn Podcoin while you listen. Then you turn that Podcoin in for gift cards at different places like Amazon or Starbucks. And, if you're a really good person like me, you can even donate that Podcoin to charity. So the more you listen, the more you earn. So here's what I want you to do. Download the app right now on your iPhone or Android device, and I have a special code for you. Simply use the code Paranormal, and you'll get 300 Podcoin just for signing up. And if you listen to enough of the podcasts on there, you can actually get a cappuccino or at Starbucks or an Amazon gift card on us. So go ahead and tune in to this podcast or virtually any podcast on Podcoin and sign up with that special code Paranormal. Okay, so we're back. I'm here with Nomar Slevik. We are talking about his latest documentary, Otherworldly Amor. And we were just talking a little bit about some of maybe the patterns and stuff associated with abduction cases and some of the research you've done. Now, Nomar, one of the questions I wanted to ask is, so you come from the great state of Maine, a lot of rural areas up there, a lot of, backcountry and that sort of thing. Do you think that a lot of these areas that are, sparsely populated, that that's where you have more, it seems like kind of like Alaska and some of these other remote areas, you have a lot of strange occurrences, UFOs and abduction cases happening, and do you think Maine's got a large share of them because of that, or have you found that to be true with your research?
Well, what I found in my research, because I don't only research Maine cases, I research global cases as well, and there's many cases that I find fascinating, and I'm like, I'd like to tell a version of that, like maybe I can interview the witness, and, whatever the case may be. And I think strange stuff happens all over the world. And early in my research, of course, I was looking at cases that were not from Maine, because I didn't know things like that happened here. You check out a book from the library when you're 14 years old, and you're reading about, Calvin Parker, you're reading about Travis Walton, Betty and Barney Hill, things like that. And it wasn't until later that I found out that a lot of weird stuff happens in my state as well. And since there are so many things that happen here, why not start my research and telling people stories right from my home state, first. I do have aspirations of writing and books and doing documentaries about non-Maine cases. In fact, my next book is not a Maine case. And but no, I don't. I honestly, long story short, I'm so sorry to go on and on.
No,
I
you're
don't
fine.
think, honestly, Maine is any more special than any other place. I just think strange stuff happens everywhere, and hopefully there's somebody open-minded enough, but also rational enough to look into it and make a historical record out of it. Because really, that's what I'm doing. I love telling people stories, and I love telling people strange stories. So let me change that a little bit. And these are things that you don't get to hear about very often in the mainstream, or just picking up a paper. And so who's writing these down? And in Maine, there's not too many people that are writing them down. There are some. Don't get me wrong. There's Marcus Labrizzi. There's Michelle Soyer. There's Lauren Coleman. There are some people doing it, and I'm just doing my part, I suppose.
Right, and you hear about. I was listening to an interview with David Paulides. He does the missing 411, cases, and he writes books about it. I believe it was on Coast to Coast AM. And have you experienced, because there's a lot of strange disappearances that happen, and a lot of these seem to happen in remote areas, and I know Maine's got, its fair share of those. Have you come across strange missing person cases in your research up there?
Yeah, I have actually, and some of them have come from David's own books. There's, he's got a northeastern or an eastern U.S. book, and there are actually some main cases in there. And when you look into them away from his book, they are unsolved cases in Maine. And I think right now, Maine, which, I mean, it's not that many, considering a place like California or something, but there's like 130 or 180, I can't remember the exact number now, of unsolved missing person cases from Maine. Does it mean all of them are strange or unknown or happened via Sasquatch or extraterrestrial or whatever, No, of course not. But some of them are certainly unexplainable, and yes, I've certainly come across them, and they are fascinating and honestly sad. These poor family members, I just have no idea what happened to these people. And I don't know, when you really think about it, like somebody was just literally wiped off the face of the earth, and there's no explanation, no reason. I couldn't imagine what those families are going through, and I can't help but wonder what happened to those people. And the type of research that I do, it's really easy to maybe think something strange has happened, but that's where you got to be careful as a researcher. Just because you can't explain it doesn't mean it's paranormal. You got to research it more.
Right, and I can't agree more about that, but it is just so strange what's happening with some of these strange disappearances. There's no tracks in some cases, there's no wounds or blood, or a body's not found, or their body is found, but it's, miles and miles, 20, 40 miles away, and there's no explanation how that person got there, and,
right.
Weird stuff that's just going on, and you have to wonder, at least ask the question, is it possible that some of this could be part of the abduction phenomena and some of these people just never come back? I'm not saying that is the case. It just, sometimes you do, when you hear about these stories, I often wonder, wow, could some of these be abduction cases where people have just they've never been brought back, So, yeah, interesting stuff. You, in the documentary, getting back to the Otherworldly Amor documentary, can you talk a little bit about, because you said, and they show some of the pictures on the documentary, some of the pictures they've captured, but this is interesting stuff because different color of lights and different, orb type lights and stuff they've captured. Can you talk a little bit about some of that physical evidence that they captured in between Josh and Shauna?
Yeah, sure. More often than not, anytime they've captured some sort of footage, it's not as though they were seeking out, like they didn't set out like, hey, let's go outside and look for lights. They were doing something, like Shauna has 2 children, and Josh is the stepfather to them. And they'll just be maybe outside barbecuing or having some marshmallows, at on the fire pit on their property or something like that, or just outside watching lightning bugs or something to that effect. They're just doing, hanging out as a family, or they're trying to go to bed, whatever. And they'll notice a light. And because they have that paranormal investigator background, they don't just stand there and be like, oh, wow, look at that. And, they think to go inside and grab a camera and record what they see. And sometimes it's just a simple white light. And people see white lights in the sky all the time. And what makes theirs significant, in my opinion anyways, is that they hover. And they just stay there. And they are sometimes low and sometimes they are high, but they are out of place, and eventually it fades away, or it shoots off, or something to that effect. And so that's some of the footage that they have caught. Again, having the paranormal investigator background, they decided to leave audio recorders on during the night, especially after having an encounter. They may be in the midst of going to bed. They see a light outside the window, so they go out and record it for a while. And then, in part of trying to find out answers, they will put a recorder on and just leave it running overnight. And they've caught some pretty interesting EVPs. They caught one that sounds like it's saying the word Earth. That's really odd, and that recorder was sitting right next to them. I thought it's very odd, very odd.
Yeah.
And go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying, yeah, it is strange because, it seems like, in some of these reports, I mean, you just look at some places like Skinwalker Ranch, Chestnut Ridge, where there's been all kinds of paranormal activity going on, not just UFO sightings, but other strange activity going on. I thought that was another interesting facet to this case is, that they were able to capture other types of evidence like that. And it seemed like to me, Josh mentioned that there's times when he's having a good day and he's seen more of the white lights appear.
Yeah.
And then there's times where he said he's been having a bad day and he seems to see more like the reddish type lights appear. And I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, that is certainly interesting. And there is a couple of pictures of the red lights that they're talking about. And obviously there's a bunch of the white ones as well. But one night in particular, Shauna and her son witnessed this red light. And anytime they see a red light, Shauna, like in the pit of her stomach, almost like gets this very ominous feeling, and she's just like nervous. It's really hard to explain, but like impending doom, like something bad's going to happen, and you just kind of can't shake that feeling. But on this one particular night, after her son and her saw it, she put her son to bed and everything, and she went to bed, and she started getting this horrible pain in what she described like her ovaries or, uterus type area, and maybe she was thinking she was having some sort of cyst on her ovaries or something, and because she's experienced pain like that, that was really the only way that she could describe it, so she wasn't sure if that was in fact maybe what's happening. But she said it would go away, when it's the normal type of feeling that, it goes away sometimes and everything's okay. But in this case, it was just like this ongoing pain for like an hour, and it really scared her. And Josh was not with her that night, and she was thinking she might have to take herself to the hospital. But it finally stopped hurting after an hour or so, and she was finally able to go back to sleep. But what's interesting is that exact same night, when Josh was in New York, he had just come off a paranormal investigation with his team, and he was listening to EVPs on his laptop, laying in bed, just doing some evidence review. Well, it was pretty late into the night, so he fell asleep, and he had the headphones on, and he had the laptop on his stomach, and falls asleep. Well, he wakes up in the middle of the night, and it seems to him, or it feels like there's these two figures in his room, and it frightens him, and he can almost see them as shadows in the corner of his room. And he notices that the laptop and the headphones aren't on him anymore. They're stacked neatly on the end table next to his bed. And as he's kind of staring into the darkness of the corner of his room to see if he can actually see what might be there, he said his wall opens up, and it's very like digital and just almost like white snow that's on a TV with all this color, and then it's slowly revealing like another room, and then he feels his leg and himself being pulled off the bed. Well, of course he's terrified at this moment, and he's screaming like, "No, let me go!" And after a few minutes, it all stops. The wall closes, and everything kind of goes back to normal. And again, this is the same night that Shauna is having this intense stomach pain at her home. So he's lying there, and he's terrified. He's like, "Oh my God, what the hell just happened?" And he's staring up at the ceiling, and he can see like these black dots like darting around, and he's like, "What is happening?" And so he sat up in bed and grabbed his laptop and wrote everything down. He didn't want to forget it, and he shared it with Shauna the next day, and she was like, "Oh my God, like this happened to me last night," and it sounds like it was right around the same time frame. Like, what is happening? Like, what's going on? And that's really, I think, the catalyst for them to really start to find answers, or to seek out answers any way that they could,
Right. And so have they I think some people have dealt with this by, whether it's groups that they of other experiencers who've had similar types of accounts. Have they been involved with other types of groups where they've talked about these issues, or they kind of just work through it between the two of them?
No, they are actually very active in their local UFO community. They are in southern Maine, and between New Hampshire and southern Maine, there's a very active UFO community. There's a center in just outside of Exeter, New Hampshire, where Exeter had a very famous case back in '65. But there's a center there called the KRI Center for Consciousness Studies, and they hold support groups for various paranormal activities, and one of them is experiencer encounters, abductions, things like that. And they are certainly friendly with a lot of people within that group, and they're very vocal and sharing encounters with other experiencers and getting other people's opinions and things like that. So yeah, they're very involved.
Interesting. And so they've reported seeing these lights. They've captured photos of them. Now, you were out filming. You guys were filming scenes outside. Did you guys ever witness any of these lights during any of that filming?
I personally didn't see any lights in the sky. Shauna saw something, and when we turned to look, like Josh and I turned to look, and it was gone. And so we weren't able to capture that on camera. But something weird did happen. So we're sitting around the bonfire, and it was a big bonfire. If you watch the documentary, you can see that it's quite large, so it's loud, okay?
Right.
And they live in a rural area in Alfred, Maine, and so the neighbors are all, a football field or more away, surrounding them. And we're sitting there, and we're being very quiet. We're just listening, and we're thinking, and quietly talking, amongst ourselves about, lights and things like that. When we all started hearing this murmuring or talking coming from the woods. And so we didn't have a camera rolling or anything at that time, but I was like, are you guys hearing this? And they're like, yeah, we certainly are hearing it. So I get my camera out and, immediately hit record, and we go to the edge of the woods, and we can still hear this talking. It sounds male, in my opinion, bassy, and you could tell, like, sentence structure, but you couldn't make out any words. But I was just using a consumer camera, nothing special. It just had some night vision on it. So it's not like I had a mic, a boom mic out in the woods or anything like that. So we didn't end up capturing any of what we heard on camera, which is very unfortunate. But it was still, just being there, it was weird. It was odd. But we were also carrying around a night vision still camera as well. So we were just snapping off shots. And while this talking was going on, we were taking pictures in the woods in the direction of where we thought the voice was coming from. And we caught, after looking back through the pictures, which we did not look back at, like Shauna and Josh didn't even get to see him until a day or two later. But I had gotten back to my hotel room that night and was going through all the pictures. I was like, oh my goodness, what the hell is this, But we captured this little triangle of light or something in the woods. And I don't even know what the scale of it is. It's certainly, smaller than a tree, obviously, because you can see trees in the background. But we're talking like it's a thicket of big trees. This is woods, this is forest. There isn't signage back there of any kind for it to be maybe reflective metal or anything, And it looked like this perfect triangle. And at the very least, it's just another piece of that puzzle that we can't really put together. We don't know what to make of it. We're not claiming it's anything other than we heard this voice and then captured this image all at the same time, you know?
Yeah, bizarre indeed. What do you feel is the most compelling aspect of this case with Josh and Shauna?
For me, the most compelling aspect of it is the love they have for each other. It's such a bizarre case, and it's not just one person. So this one person doesn't have to go through it alone. They have each other, and it's such a great support system. When I was interviewing them, not on camera, just my initial interview, and then when I went back with cameras, 2 different times, it never failed. They just look at each other, and they're so understanding and so supportive of one another. And it's amazing to watch. And honestly, it makes me long for it for myself. Like, I want somebody like that in my life that I can share my life with. And there's just no judgment, It's also not immediate belief either. It's support. Like, Shauna wakes up, she has these strange markings, and Josh is like, oh my goodness, look at this. What is this? Let me take these pictures. And then he'll say, all right, did you sit in a weird chair? Because the pattern doesn't match any of the chairs that they have. And so, and Shauna will do that to Josh if he has some sort of encounter. Like, they ask the appropriate questions first, and if one of the answers is that it's something that's not paranormal, well, that's okay. They debunked it. And that happens all the time with them. But sometimes, especially like, what they capture in the sky or the markings on Shauna, when they can't explain it, that's when they, share it with me, or they'll, talk about it amongst their support system and things like that. So I just love how much they love and support one another. And that's why I called it Otherworldly Amor. Amor is a Spanish word for love, and it's the Spanish spelling for love. And I did that just because I like the juxtaposition of such a short word with a long word.
Right.
So that's just like an aesthetic thing. But I really like the title because it captures them perfectly. Weird stuff's going on, plus they love each other a whole lot. It's a beautiful thing to see,
It's a love story and a UFO/abduction case rolled all in one. Yeah, that is an interesting aspect of it. I want to shift gears a little bit, go back to the other documentary. Now, you had the gentleman that had witnessed, I guess, UFOs outside and had witnessed military jets all of a sudden appear, and like they were trying to surveil the area and trying to kind of monitor the skies, that sort of thing. Maybe they had reported these UFOs and they were trying to locate them. And then he talked about, which I thought was quite fascinating, the P3 incident. So, you had this P3, I guess, that flew over, and then, do I understand this correctly, it crashed?
That's right. It crashed, and it made the national papers of it crashing. There's a website of a gentleman who was in the service at that time, and he was involved in the search and rescue. So he maintains a website on the crash. And of course, there's nothing UFO or extraterrestrial written in any of the papers or on that gentleman's website, but it is of the opinion of that witness, Ken Putnam, that it collided with a UFO and that there were other witnesses to it, and that there was some sort of cover-up that happened, and there was some hushing of witnesses that happened. And the area in which the crash occurred, Putnam was living in the area at the time, and he said the area was closed for over 6 months, and people weren't allowed to go up there. However, that would probably be a similar case for an airplane that was down or something where they're trying to preserve evidence, So again, it's this other puzzle. Now we have a lot more pieces of it, so you can kind of see what it is, and then it's up to you to decide kind of which side you fall on. And we thought it was interesting that Ken had this opinion, especially mentioning other witnesses, which we could not find. We tried, but we could not find to corroborate that. But it's certainly an interesting aspect of it. Now, I had interviewed Ken for my book, Otherworldly Encounters. And so in my book, I go much more in-depth on Ken Putnam's story. And I actually went to the area in question where the P-3 went down and where he saw the fighter jets and the UFO and all that stuff. I went to that area to do an overnight investigation. And I got to the area in the late afternoon. It was probably like 3 p.m., something like that. And I'm driving around these gravel roads, winding my way up this mountain. Because you can, reportedly, according to Ken, you could park at the base of the peak of where these encounters occurred. And that's where I wanted to sit for the evening. So I'm traversing all these areas on these back roads, and the GPS isn't really doing a great job. I'm kind of getting lost here and there. I had to turn around a couple times. So I finally find the road that I need to go to get to the base of the peak, and the road's closed. There's a rope going across it, and it says, "Smile, you're on camera." And I was like, what?
We're Big Brother's watching.
The road that I need to go to, that there's supposed UFO activity, and it's roped off and it's closed. It's completely rural, right? There's no structures or anything there, but it's roped off between these two pieces of metal, and it says, "Smile, you're being recorded." So I throw the car in park. I get out. I'm looking for any sign of cameras anywhere because it's all just trees, and I'm like, are these cameras camouflaged? Like, what am I getting myself into here? I couldn't find anything, so I just took some pictures. Those are in the book, you can't see anything but trees and the signs and stuff. So I'm like, okay, let's move on to plan B. So there's this area in the same town that's called Hackers Hill, and it's a smaller peak, but it's about 2 miles away from where this area was, or is. And I drove up to Hackers Hill, and I have a view of the peak. Again, it's about 2 miles away, but at least I have a view of the peak. So maybe I can see if there's any activity going on around it, So I probably arrived there at maybe 6 p.m. at this point now, and I'm just watching the sky. I mean, that's what you do in times such as these. And I have some gear with me. I got some night vision cameras with me, and I have a parabolic mic. I don't know what the hell I need, so I just have some stuff with me. A K2 meter, things like that, audio recorder. So I'm watching the area, and I'm not seeing anything. Time's ticking away. It's like 11 p.m. now. I'm dying inside. I'm bored out of my mind, just waiting for something to happen. So it gets to be about like 1 o'clock in the morning. And, of course, I'm by myself this whole time. And my head's just on a swivel, looking at the peak and looking at the other areas around me. Because I'm on a peak myself. It's just smaller, or lower, sorry. And so I'm looking around, 360 to see if I can see anything. And around 1 o'clock or so, there's a light in the sky, but it's on the opposite side of where the peak was. And it's over the water. And it looked to be over the water in Naples, Maine, which is a town probably 15 miles away from Casco, Maine, where this peak is. And so I see this light. I'm like, what? And I'm just looking at it, and it's hovering. It's not moving. It's not an airplane. It's not the moon. The moon was out and was actually up and to the left. You could see it. But there was this other light hovering over the lake. And if I were to estimate, again, this is only an estimation, it might have been 100, 200 feet over the water, the body of water. And again, it's just hovering there. So I grab my camera and I record about 20 seconds of it. And as I'm recording it, I see headlights coming up the peak of Hackers Hill where I'm parked. I'm like, oh, what is it? Is this the cops? Like, what's going on? Like kicking me out of here? So I'm like, oh, crap. So I put the camera down for a second, and it turns out that it was just some kids smoking weed. So I'm like, okay, they're not going to bother me. So I put the camera back over, and I look over to the water, and the light's gone. So I'm mad at myself that I put the camera away, and I don't know what happened to the light. But I thought it was interesting that there were claims in that area, and I caught a light in the sky. But again, that's all it is. It doesn't mean it's extraterrestrial, but I caught a hovering light, though.
Yeah, and cool in and of itself that you were able to capture that. What year do you recollect? What year it was that this P3 incident, the crash, occurred?
I don't have the exact date on me. I don't have a copy of my book on me, but I want to say between like 73 and 78, somewhere in there.
Okay. And the professor, again, going back to the Abducted New England documentary, she, alluded to a military connection with abductees and everything. You had the other gentleman that worked at, I think it was Loring Air Force Base.
That's right.
There does seem to be kind of a weird military connection here.
Absolutely. And I think that's coming, or certainly it's certainly coming to be more prominent with all of this government UFO stuff that was first launched in December of 2017, where the government actually admitted that they had a UFO program running from, 07 to 12, and that they had spent $22 million on the project. And that $22 million, just I wanted to point out, because a lot of people point out that it's $22 million, that's not too much to put into a government, a 5-year government project. It wasn't like $22 million per year that they reported. They just said $22 million total. But I just like to point out that that is the disclosed amount. There's a lot of stuff between Lou Elizondo and the aerial threats program that is in a non-disclosed location as well. Not location physically, but things that they can't talk about. And so the stuff that they can't talk about, was more money allocated to the stuff that they can't talk about, or was it $22 million total, or is there more money involved? Like, the point I'm trying to make is it bigger than what we know about?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And $22 million in a 5-year period in a government budget is peanuts. Really, honestly,
it is.
It's peanuts. So
I would also like to say, though, with all of this stuff coming out, with the Navy videos and the Navy witnesses and the mainstream coverage of it, and Trump being asked about UFOs, and Tucker Carlson and all these, New York Times articles, and first of all, I think it's really great that extraterrestrials and UFOs are being discussed seriously in the mainstream media. I think that's awesome, because it gets people talking, and it gets something that I'm passionate out there, which is really great. But at the same time, this is the same media and same government. For me, and solely my opinion, is not something that I am trustful of. And just because they're talking about something that I'm passionate about doesn't mean I should take everything that they're saying as fact. I think it makes sense to take it with a grain of salt, or maybe take it with a salt lick. So I just want to, tell people, hey, just because something that you like is being discussed in the mainstream, sometimes that same mainstream discusses things that you don't believe, and just to be rational with that. I hope that makes sense.
No, it does. And that one of the things that I find almost to the point of frustrating is the fact that it got no coverage for so many years. And really, not only did it not get coverage, at times, it was treated with disdain and, ignored, mocked, that sort of thing. I remember the first time, it was when that New York Times article broke back in 2017, and it was shortly after that, one of our local media here, one of our news, our local news organizations here was talking about it, and one of the gentlemen commented, I guess we're finally going to find out about little green men, and kind of snickered and laughed about it, and I thought, this is the problem we've had for so many years, is it's just not been given serious coverage. Now, what you alluded to, the show Unidentified, which I've thought has been a great show. I've really enjoyed watching it. It's been great, and it's been interesting now. The Navy's come out and said they have protocol now for reporting about UFOs, and these are all, in some respects, I guess, they're positive signs, and it's great in that respect to see it. I'm watching this YouTube video with Richard Dolan, and he seems to think that the inertia is too great right now, and there's no way that And really, this guy comes out, Sherwood, I don't remember his first name, and said, yeah, we had an AATIP program. Yeah, we've been looking at it. Now, he didn't come out and say, we believe extraterrestrials are visiting us and that sort of thing. Just basically acknowledging that AATIP does exist. I think it was Christopher Sherwood, he's DOD spokesman. But he's basically saying that, the inertia is just too great here. There's too much momentum. There's no way they can't disclose. I'm not sure I agree with that. I'm curious what your take is on that.
Well, it's very similar to yours. It's for some reason, because the mainstream media is highly controlled. No matter what anybody's opinion is, that's just the way it is. It's just highly controlled on how information is fed to Americans, and it's truly not. It sounds conspiratorial, and I'm not trying to sound that way, but the mainstream media is controlled by just a few companies, and so what they want to come out will come out, or will be trickled down, or what have you. And so I think it's, again, great that you don't have like the X-Files theme music playing when a local newscast is reporting something on a local UFO case.
Right.
I think that's awesome that it's being taken more seriously, and there's more serious discussions happening, especially with people like me and you and other people with boots on the ground. But I just think it makes sense to just be careful of everything that you're intaking. Meaning, don't trust everything and read everything. Don't just see the headline and think you know what the story is. Read the story. The headline is to hook you into reading the story, but all too often with social media these days, people read the headline and keep scrolling,
Right.
And so I think it makes sense to keep reading. And, you mentioned Richard Dolan, and he's kind of, he's done some great work, but now he's talking like this weird stuff about the alien autopsy video might not be fake, based on some documents that had come out. And that for me, that's very frustrating to hear on somebody that I thought was taking the phenomenon seriously,
Right.
And I say that because there's literally behind the scenes photos that have come out showing that the alien autopsy video is fake. I don't know. I don't know what to make of it all, and it seems like a lot of people, a lot of para-celebrities are maybe kind of getting wrapped up or caught up in the craze that is happening right now, because it is certainly a moneymaker. What Tom DeLonge and Lou Elizondo and all those guys are doing right now, it appears like really great work on the surface, but it's also a money-making venture. Just like I was talking about, where this is a business for me as well, and I would like to make enough money to fund the next thing, But we're talking a much larger scale where, I don't know, higher stakes, higher dollars, How is it different than anything that I'm doing? Honestly, don't know. People will watch my stuff and maybe think the same thing, So it's really all relative. But when you're talking, for me anyways, when you're talking high dollar, there's a lot at stake there, and I think people want to have a piece of that, and somebody that's already has a name out there like Dolan and Molten Howe and people like that are kind of grabbing onto these little pieces and running with them. There's money to be made there, and that's disheartening to me.
Right. Yeah, and
money for profit maybe is a better way to put it. Money for profit, as opposed to, I would like finances to continue to tell people's stories that I believe in, as opposed to money for profit so I can live a certain lifestyle. Those are two very different things, and I think the latter is what's happening with some of these, quote, para-celebrities,
Sure. Yeah, and I think I've had a couple of other UFO authors and guests on the show recently that said, well, why do you need government disclosure? And it really kind of made me think about it, and I think, yeah, to a certain extent, they're right. Whatever exactly this phenomena is, it's a real phenomena. There's no question to my mind about it.
Oh, sure.
Now, what exactly it is, and you already alluded to it. Separating the wheat from the chaff is so difficult on this subject. especially today with so much information out there. It's information overload. There's so many people reporting that, this is going on and that's going on, and now you have these Wilson leaked documents that and Richard Dolan was talking about that too. But there's just so much information out there, and it's so hard to separate the wheat from the chaff. So again, I think it's important to like you already talked about, you have to kind of take the skeptical view on some of this. Although to me, it's a foregone conclusion that it's a real phenomena. I'm just not gonna go out and say, yeah, we've captured alien bodies and all this kind of stuff, because we really don't know.
Yeah, like I think there's a difference in believing in the phenomenon and then knowing what the phenomenon is. And I think people like you and me and Shauna and Josh, obviously, and a lot of people know that this phenomenon is certainly happening to people. Something's happening. It's not normal.
Right.
It's not. It's too many people explaining weird things that it can't all be man-made. It can't all be illusion. It can't all be sleep paralysis. There's something to it, and I don't know what it is, and you don't know what it is, and we don't mind saying that. But when you have somebody, a quote expert, I don't think there's any experts in the field. I think you can be an expert on a case. Stan Friedman's a perfect example. He knows Roswell inside and out. He's an expert on the Roswell case,
right.
Or was an expert on the Roswell case. Rest in peace, Stan.
Yes, absolutely.
But there are quote-unquote experts that come out and say, the Greys are controlling this, or the Nordics are doing this, or whatever, the reptilians, and blah, blah, blah. Like, when somebody starts speaking in actual facts about this stuff, I think that's when I start to trust them less. Like, how do you know that? How do you know that the Greys are doing A, B, and C? There's absolutely no proof. Now, when somebody says, I saw light and it was weird and I don't think it was an airplane, that's something that I can talk to somebody about and be like, hey, could it have been this? Could it have been that? No, I really don't think so. When I've seen things myself and be like, oh, I don't think that could be A, B, or C, or D. But there's nobody making any claims. It's just something weird happened, and I don't know what to do with that information. That's where I get involved.
Sure, yeah.
But as soon as somebody starts, having, quote, the answers, I don't know. I don't trust that, because there are no answers. Nobody knows what the hell is going on.
Right.
Nobody knows what any of this is. It's certainly weird, and it's certainly happening, but we don't know what it is.
Sure, and perhaps there is a small group of people that have the bigger picture of what's going on here, and maybe they do have more of the answers, and maybe they don't. I don't really know. I'm not going to claim one way or the other. There are a lot of people that are nervous about this national security threat spin on this. And they're saying, well, if they were going to do something nefarious or attack us or doing something, they would have did it a long time ago. But, if you listen to, again, I've enjoyed the show, and it's been really interesting. But there is really this big national security threat spin being put on this. And sure, it's a little disconcerting to think that, well, possibly we don't have control of our skies. And there's really nothing we can do against this. But I just, I put that out there because there's some people that are very, very wary and nervous about that spin that's being put out there on it, that this is a huge national security threat. And
very understandable.
Right. And so where does this take us? Exciting time to be alive, man. I mean, this is interesting stuff, but, I'm kind of just sitting back and watching and, kind of like you, just kind of, taking bits and pieces of it and kind of trying to, I don't have any answers either, and I don't, a lot of us don't. But it's interesting to see this kind of all unfolding before us, because we've never had this happen before. So,
on this scale, like it feels unprecedented, and maybe that's just because we're living through it. But, because I wasn't alive when Project Blue Book was going on, and social media wasn't a thing then. So if it was, would it be this big? I don't know, but probably. But this feels unprecedented, everything that's happening, and some people are nervous, some people are like, I told you so, and some people like, you and me are kind of sitting back and just taking it all in and being like, wow, this is fascinating, and people will watch my documentary and not know who the hell I am, not know who Shauna and Josh are, and see those video clips that they have and be like, oh, well, that's BS, that's not real, that's just CG or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, it's, and that's okay too, I just have to be okay with that and know that Shauna and Josh are two people that at least I know, and I feel that they're genuine, and their story, in my opinion, deserves to be told just as much as the Aerial Threat Program, just as much as Betty and Barney Hill, just as much as Travis Walton. I just think they have their place, and I think it's important that these stories are preserved. It's again going back to like a historical record of the strange, really, for lack of a better word. I find it fascinating, so that's why I partake in it.
Absolutely, and I do as well. I love talking about this stuff, and pretty much any of the...
like, I'm a fan. I'm a big fan. Have you been watching Alien Highway at all?
I have not watched that show yet, but...
It's pretty good, man. It's pretty good. Some of it I snicker at a little bit, but they have this footage of this wolf that appeared out of nowhere down by Skinwalker Ranch. Like, you're just watching this footage, and then all of a sudden a wolf appears in it. Like, it doesn't walk into frame. It appears, like, in the middle of the frame and keeps walking out of frame. It's so odd. I would definitely recommend checking out that show. But, a lot of these shows are guilty pleasures for me, but some of them, capture some pretty amazing stuff. I don't know the validity of it all, but I think it's fun to watch. Unidentified is a great show. It's very well produced. I mean, it's just a pleasure. Like, it's pleasing on the eyes to watch, not to mention all the information that you're getting. And Alien Highway is kind of shot how like Ghost Hunters used to be shot, back in the day. It looks like video and all that stuff, but it's great, and like, it's a fun watch.
So what channel is that show coming out on? Is it History or what station?
I believe it's Travel Channel for Alien Highway. Don't quote me on it, but I'm pretty sure it's Travel Channel.
Okay, well...
It seemed to be quickly becoming the next paranormal station. They have so many shows dedicated to it. But
I know, they might as well...
I think one of my favorites is Expedition Unknown, and the show that was before it, Destination Truth. Those two are two of my top favorite shows.
Yeah, they might as well just change their name to the Paranormal Channel, because they just got all kinds of stuff coming out now. I mean, it's just it's just blossomed, all these different paranormal shows. They're all out there now.
Yeah.
But yeah,
and, this happened 10 years ago as well. Back in 07, 08, 09. Paranormal Cops, like, all this stuff came out, and it was a bit of an overload. So it seems like some people have learned from that, and they're trying to be a little bit more strategic. So there's actually a couple more UFO shows than there were back in the day. It's just not all ghost stuff. Of course, you had Finding Bigfoot for a while, and Ghost Hunters is being relaunched on A&E, and then Ghost Nation with Jason Hawes and those guys is launching on Travel Channel this fall, and so there kind of seems to be this resurgence of all things paranormal. And again, I think it's great, and I just can't recommend enough, though. Take it with a grain of salt. Just because you read it on the internet or saw it on Travel Channel or History Channel doesn't mean you have to believe it. Like, I just encourage people to do their own research if you happen to be interested in it. If you're not interested in it, just watch it. It's okay.
Sure. Yeah, and I'm happy to say as well that Jason Hawes and Dave Tango and Steve Gonzalez are going to be back. I always enjoyed watching Ghost Hunters, and I know it's a new show, and there's a different spin on this show. I think they're going to be working with other paranormal groups, but looking forward to that one. I'm looking forward to seeing Grant Wilson back on the new Ghost Hunters. That'll be interesting to see how that one is.
Like what we had when we were young was, Unsolved Mysteries and In Search Of.
Yeah, In Search Of. I remember that.
And now there's too many to watch, and that can only be a good thing. It's just be careful with it, and be careful with it with a wink. Like, whatever, you can do whatever you want. You don't have to listen to me.
Sure.
I guess what I'm trying to say is that I'm careful with it.
Right. Right.
And I watch something, I don't always believe everything that I watch or everything that I read. And that's just for me. You do whatever the hell you want. In the general, the public, do whatever you want. It's okay.
Sure, take it with a grain of salt. It's entertainment. Although I think Ghost Hunters was probably the most legit of any of the shows I've watched. That's just my opinion.
I would agree.
Just my opinion. Hey, Nomar, I wanted to, if you could just talk about how people find your books and your documentaries. They want to purchase a documentary, because I think one of your documentaries I watched on Amazon Prime. Where can they find all your stuff?
Yeah, I appreciate that. The documentaries, Abducted New England and Otherworldly Amor, can both be found on Amazon Prime, and they are on there for free if you have the Amazon Prime service. If you don't, then they cost $2.99 to rent, and then I think $9.99 to buy. So if you would like to do that, awesome. But if not, that's okay too. But yeah, you can find them on Amazon Prime. Just search for them by name, or you can type in Nomar Slevik on Amazon Prime, and they'll come right up. For my books, you can find those at Amazon.com, Barnes & Noble, anywhere you purchase books, you can find them. But there's this cool website, and it's called indiebound.org, INDIE bound.org. I am not affiliated with them in any way, but they do a lot of really cool stuff for mom and pop bookstores. And one functionality of their website is that you can type in your zip code and find a whole host of mom and pop bookstores in your area. Once it brings up that list, you can then do a search for whatever book you're looking for, and it'll tell you which mom and pop bookstore in your area is carrying it. So we can help to keep these mom and pop bookstores going and in these people's neighborhoods. Amazon and Barnes & Noble and all this stuff has really taken over. And so I think it's really good to support local and to buy local. So if you want to do it that way, that would be really cool too, just to support your local mom and pop bookstores. I have a website, nomarslevik.bigcartel, BIGCARTEL.com, Big Cartel, nomarslevik.bigcartel.com. And you can buy Otherworldly Amor on DVD if you would like. And my books are also there, and everything comes signed. So DVDs and books are at nomarslevik.bigcartel.com. And anything that's purchased through that, all the money goes back into the projects that I do. So just a little tidbit there.
Great. Hey, Nomar, it's always fun talking with you. It's been a great discussion. I appreciate you coming back on with me, spending your late Sunday evening with me. I enjoyed it a lot, and it sounds like you got a new book coming out down the road, or you're working on another book. Sounds like you're always working. Yeah. We'll look out for that down the road, and let me know when that comes out, and maybe we can have you on again. We'll talk some more.
Yeah, and I don't mind coming on when there's nothing to promote as well. So it's just fun having discussions with you. It seems as though you're an open-minded skeptic as well. And it's just fun to have discussions regarding the paranormal. So anytime, I'm down, man.
Absolutely. All right, Nomar. Hey, have a great what's left of the rest of your night. And once again, thank you for joining me. I appreciate it.
All right. Thanks so much, Kurt. Take care.
Okay, so big thanks to Nomar for joining me on the show. I always love talking with him. Great discussion, and he's a great, not only a great author and researcher, but just a great all-around guy, great to talk to, and so that was a fun show, and I really enjoyed having that discussion with him. I really hope you enjoyed tonight's episode. I know I did. And the other thing that I wanted to mention is I know there was some talk, and I forgot to mention this before, about the show joining the WLFE Digital Broadcast Internet Radio Network and joining their team and moving to a live show. After further talks, I decided against doing that. I'm going to stick with doing the 2 shows a month format and keeping this a regular podcast show. So I kind of weighed the options, decided ultimately that I wanted to keep the show going the way it is. Had some amazing growth and great momentum, and I owe that to you, the listener. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you for your support. Thank you for those that have provided reviews on the show. Please continue to do so and help us continue to grow. I thank you so much for that. I mentioned that I really do want to make this show interactive. And so if you have a paranormal experience you're willing to share, drop on over to the website, passion4theparanormal.com again. And there's a link on there to share your paranormal experience. You can share it there. You can do it anonymously, or you can provide your name, where you're from, however you want to do that. If you're just willing to share your story, I'll be very grateful for that. You can also reach out to me by email, passion4theparanormal@gmail.com, and you can share your story with me through email. And I'll be glad, if you're willing to share your story down the road on a later episode. As I get enough of these stories, I'm eventually going to dedicate an episode to sharing people's experiences. I don't care if it's a UFO encounter, a Bigfoot sighting, a ghostly encounter, you lived in what you think was a haunted house when you were younger, any of those kinds of stories, or any other strange and unexplainable occurrence you had. I'll take them all. If you want to share those with me, please do so. And again, we'll share those stories down the line. All right, so make sure you join me on the next episode, when I will have Dr. Rajiv Parti joining me to talk about his near-death experience. He's written a book about it. Amazing story. I've heard him in other interviews, so it's going to be great to have him on the show and talk about his experience, which really was a really big life-changing experience for him. So I hope you'll join me for that next episode as well. And hey, once again, thank you so much for tuning in, supporting the show, and I'm really looking forward to the next episode.